soon where I can have her get killed by, I think, like a regular enemy. There's also doing a neck break as well. So we're up to the South Pacific Island levels. I finished the Nevada and the London levels. So after these 4 levels are finished, it's then the final 4 levels of the game in Antarctica. So I'm going to try and pull a long stream to hopefully get through the rest of the game. I'm starting it a bit early on my time to try and get a bit of a head start. And if I do get it finished today, then that means that on Monday, it'll be Tomb Raider 4. It's not called Tomb Raider 4, but it's Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. It's the 4th game, but they dropped putting Roman numerals in after Tomb Raider 3. So that'll be the next game that will be replacing this one with, but that won't be until Monday. Unless it takes so long to do not even all 8 levels that I have to actually use Monday for a bit for this game, but we'll just wait and see. But the plan is to try and finish the game in one stream to make way on Monday for Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. Shaky dealer's choice, my friend. Doing okay. Mighty sick with something and having trouble sleeping. Ah, sorry to hear about that, Shaky. You know, like, one on its own, either way, is definitely bad enough, let alone having 2 on top. So I hope that you feel a lot better soon and you get some really good sleep too as well. Oh, that's no trouble at all, Shaky, you know. Yeah, I wanted to be on a bit earlier as well because lately streaming until like 1 a.m. in the morning has kind of drained me a bit. So I want to try at least when I am finishing streams to be finishing, you know, somewhere around midnight my time if I'm going to do, you know, a decent sized stream. There might still be some exceptions though, of course. But with this game in particular, this is the 3rd entry, so after I finish this game, there'll be 9 more Tomb Raider games to get through. Okay, so let us have a look-see at potential deaths. So they're just regular fish, they're not piranhas. Get on top of that, and maybe can glitch on top of this one. Have to angle it right. No, that won't be one. That's fair enough. Alright, I think I found... We'll try this corner. I don't doubt it will be this corner either. No. When Lara sort of clips through the edge of it only, you know that it's going to be a jump that can't be, or it's going to be a wall that you can't do that trick with. Alright. Okay, so I think what I might go with then, since the water is right here, we'll go for drowning. Sorry, Lara. Hey there, Nick. Things are going well, thanks, dude. How's your day going? A rest in peace, Lara was redeemed, so Lara's going to accidentally die. It's funny, if I want to keep the camera from going all the way back behind Lara, I have to keep moving it. That's something that I wonder if they can actually patch, is when you position the camera in a certain angle, it actually just stays there without you having to keep moving it to keep it in whatever angle you want. Oh, that's great, Nick. I'm glad to hear that you're going pretty good. Almost the weekend as well. Time is going so quick. Shaky, look at those pretty fish. Yes. It's the last thing that Lara's going to see, unfortunately. Thank you, Shaky, for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Wayne, you think you'll grab this remaster trilogy later? Looks great fun. Oh, cool. Yeah. The good thing about it is that there's modern controls as an option. I'm so used to the tank controls that I switch back to it. But it's a really good opportunity for these first 3 older games to maybe get some more players. And even if, the controls, the tank controls aren't that good for people, hopefully the alternative controls will allow them to have the old school graphics on with the different controls and hopefully make it a better experience in that way. But also too, the remastered graphics that they've done with this, I really like it. And the thing is, like, this is the console versions, and there's definitely certain restrictions, but I imagine if you have the PC version of the remasters, there's probably a whole lot of things that you can incorporate, a lot of different sort of like costumes and things that the remaster doesn't let you actually use or have available. As of yet, when you change the outfit that Lara's wearing, it only comes through in the new graphics. If you switch to a different outfit in the new graphics and then you just switch to the old graphics, it'll just have Lara wear whatever default she's wearing at that time in the game. Shaky, lose. Lara lost. Oh, that's okay, Shaky. That's no trouble at all. Thanks for redeeming that. I really hope that they do remasters of Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation and, and Chronicles. Also, Angel of Darkness. The thing with that is, I'm sure they could fit it all on the same thing, because like Angel of Darkness is the game in the series that, at the time, was the first next-gen Lara Croft game, with all the other ones having been on, like the PlayStation 1 systems, or similar ones. And then I think Dreamcast had these games too, I think. Is it this? Oh no, I think I've got enough flares. I've got 77 flares. I don't think I'm going to be running out of them anytime soon, unless I just sit here for 2 hours spamming use of flares. Here's the keyhole for the smuggler's key. Smuggle. Shaky, make a redeem to force you to use your flares. It's like call the channel point reward, flare up. It's like peekaboo. It reminds me of Raiders of the Lost Ark, where there's that spike wall and there's like some dead bodies on it. And as Indiana Jones passes back through it, after the other guy, Satipo, I think his name is, betrays him, he comes across the same trap and then he sees that the guy that betrayed him has been freshly skewered. Nick, you've just started playing AC Origins, and man, you're loving the location and time it's set in. Really lush to look at as well. Oh, very cool, Nick. That's awesome. Yeah, I really like that location a lot too. Um, I wouldn't have minded seeing them do it earlier than that game, but I'm glad that they waited until that time to actually do that time period because I think the graphics really, really sell that whole thing well. And it's just one of those things where no matter how many times I play Origins, whenever I play it, I always get really so absorbed in the world. And the other thing too is I really like the side quests because a lot of the side quests fill out the parts of the world that you're currently in at that time. And being able to read all these documents and stuff talking about different Egyptian mythology things and stuff, it's just really, really good. Nick agreed, yes, you love Odyssey, but this you feel is better, plus no damn bounty to worry about. Absolutely, you don't have to worry about that, and also you don't have to worry about fighting an enemy and then a civilian grabs a broom and tries to kill you with it. Therefore, if you're trying to not get a bounty, you end up getting a bounty accidentally because the enemy that you're fighting and the civilian that tries to attack you get in the way of each other, and then they end up getting killed, and then the game is like, oh, you killed an innocent person! How could this have happened? Not like the game actually actively makes it want them to actually get killed, you know, things like that. Shaky Lara shooting makes it sound like the worst drummer in a rock band. Yeah, I like being able to do that sometimes, like changing the rhythm of her gunshots and stuff. And I don't know if it actually does quicker damage when it's like ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, but it feels like it does. But I don't know if it does or not. Could swear there's more collectibles on the seabed here. Well, it's not the sea, but the waterbed here. Might just be harpoons, I think. Hey, what's caused me death? Oh, boo, Rod. Lara doesn't have unlimited breath. I'm like, why is Lara dying? What is happening? What could possibly be happening to Lara underwater after the bar telling you how much oxygen she has left has emptied? Gee, Rod, I wonder what that could mean. So, Nick, is that name Gernard or is it Bernard? Nick Gernard the fish law. You probably spelt it wrong. Oh, that's all good, Nick. Yeah, because I don't know if because I thought it might have been a reference to something. Um, but yeah, if it's just trying to think what other thing it could be. Oh, the fish. Ah, here. So, is it Gerard the fish or a fish called Red Gernard? Because I just saw a picture of when I searched for Gernard the fish. Gernard is my favorite. Get them immediately. The nanny isn't happy after I said she smelled like cod. Please, don't tell Maria. Come on, don't do it. Red Gurnard. I've never actually heard of that fish before. It's cool to learn about new fish types. I wish they had that in Red Dead Redemption 2. Capture a Red Gurnard. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Ah, yes, Arnold and the Nanny. Could have done like a parody of the Nanny show with Arnie and his maid. Um, nice one, Rod. And what? Wow. Yeah, hadn't heard of it before. But that's no worries at all for the redeem. Thank you so much for redeeming it. What? Didn't make that jump. What? It's funny. You know how there's certain lines of dialogue in things that are just so memorable, but sometimes you get a single word and how it's said by a certain character just adds so much humor to it. And one of those things is when Franklin goes, "What?" in GTA 5 to Lamar in that epic sort of like roasting that he gives Franklin. It's just one of those things that just sticks in my mind and just adds to how memorable Franklin is as a character in GTA 5. I still need to do my playthrough of it for my annual playthrough. I was going to do a challenge with it, like a very specific kind of challenge, but I think when I do get to it, I'll probably just have enough time to make it like a bit of a vanilla kind of run. Yes. I think it's... You would think that jumping from a higher position and then grabbing would be what I need to do for that ledge I was trying to get to, but it might just be... Nah, I won't make that distance either. Oh, duh, Rod, of course. This is what I need to do. This was also something that they didn't add until Tomb Raider 3. The first two games doesn't have anything like this. It was also the first game in the series to add the sprint, and also to add the crouch as well. In Tomb Raider 1 and 2, Lara couldn't crouch and crawl. I've told this story before, but when I first played my first Tomb Raider game, which was the fourth one, in the fourth one you can sprint, you can crouch and crawl, you can grab things and monkey bar across them and all that kind of stuff. So naturally, when I went back and played the other games, I just thought, oh, they'll just be the same, right? Then I go back to Tomb Raider 1 and I try to make Lara crouch and she can't. I try to make her sprint and she can't. I'm like, oh, well, there we go. And then as I played through 1, 2, and 3 and they started to implement each one of those things, I was like, no wonder why. Yeah, they had to keep adding that. But the cool thing about this remaster is that in Tomb Raider 1, there's a move that you can't do in the original version, and it's basically doing a roll in midair. So if you're facing this way, for example, and you want Lara to face a different way in the middle of the jump, you do this sort of thing. You couldn't do that in Tomb Raider 1, the original version, but in the remaster they added it because it was something that Tomb Raider 2 added originally. And it just makes things, especially in the first two games, not so much in this third one because they wised up to what players might have been doing, but it was very handy to be shooting at an enemy, running at them, and then jump over them, and then roll in midair so that as Lara is turned the other way, she can still get hits on the enemy. Same with getting hits on the enemy as she lands, and then that, so it gave you a bit of an advantage. So having that in Tomb Raider 1 for these remasters just helps a whole lot. But in Tomb Raider 3, they made the enemies wise up, so the enemies will actually actively wait until you land. They'll turn around, like you'll do a jump over their head, and they'll turn around waiting for you to land, and then they'll start shooting at you. You know. Wayne, oh nice. You've got the Tom Brady games on PlayStation Plus Extra, except those ones and Shadow. Tom Brady, Rise and Fall of the Master Brady. The continuing adventures of Tom Brady. Well, that's good that you got access to those. Nick, not long finished the 2016 one, and the sequel just haven't finished the last one. You're kind of stuck currently. Oh, that's fair enough, Nick. What part of the game were you up to in that one? That son of a bitch poisoned me. In the original version of Tomb Raider 3, those blue crystals actually give you a little bit of health. In this game, in this version though, they don't. Because apparently the original intention was for them not to be something that gives you health in the PC version, but they didn't keep it that way. But for this remaster, they implemented that. And I'm like, I understand it's something that was originally wanted to be put in, but wasn't ultimately. It's one of the exceptions to this remaster I have. It's like, would have been good to keep it as the thing that gives you health. Nick, virtually right at the end, there's a temple you're stuck in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many things that can go wrong in those games as well. And there can be sort of like a lot of tricky sections to get through. A lot of tricky, like, platforming. Especially a lot of those challenge tombs as well.
Mr. Pierce, the Truth Seeker. We meet at last. Who's there? I am the one men named Leviathan. Not because of the scale of my terrestrial form, but as a reminder of this immensity of my knowledge, which I came to share with you, human.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that from Call of Cthulhu. Cthulhu! And Edward's response after he gets submerged in water is underwater. Dr. Darling was tempted to add random characters at the end for the Leviathan dialogue responses, but it would have been a bit too much. Yeah, I don't know what I could have really done with that. It probably would have been like,
Question mark, asterisk, dot, 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 dash, forward slash, dot, dot, dot.
Nick, it's the only puzzle. Well, it's the only puzzle you haven't done. Everything else has been a great fun experience. Well, that's a shame that it's been sort of like, something to drag things down as well. Especially if you've had a great fun experience with the rest of it. I really like the Reboot trilogy. They're also good games to do 100% with, although they can be very time consuming sometimes as well. So this trap reminds me of the one in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. It's one of the parts where Indy has to get the Holy Grail in order to save his father, who has been shot in the gut. And the passage that is in his father's diary that talks about how to get past these blades is about the penitent man shall pass, essentially meaning one who is willing to get on their knees to give respect or reverence will survive, you know. Of course, in true fashion, it's not just simply just duck and you'll be fine. There's also a different blade that comes slicing as well, so Indy does like a bit of a roll to get through it. Hey there, Zayas. This must be Resident Evil inspired. Well, Resident Evil 1 and Tomb Raider 1 actually came out the same year. But yeah, this is the remaster of the third game, and I'm playing with the old school graphics. Zayas, what's the screaming enemy? BOWs? No, they're actual real people. Hey there, Star. Actually, speaking of Resident Evil as well, this game came out the same year as Resident Evil 2 and Metal Gear Solid 1. Now that I think about it. It's going well, thanks, Star. Yeah, things are going good. How's things going with you? Oh, nice. I've heard good things about the Fallout series. What did you think of it? I haven't played more than just a little bit, more than just a little bit of the first game, so I don't really know too much about the lore of it as to whether or not it's being adapted well. I don't know if anyone heard it, but there was a voice calling out for Lara, and we can't see him right now, but in this area here, there's actually a wounded soldier, an Australian one. Really, Wayne? There's no platinum trophy for these games on PlayStation? Seems like a sin. That is really strange. You'd think that they would have a platinum that you could get. Because I just assumed that all games on the PlayStation had a platinum trophy, but I wonder why they decided not to have it for this. Star, the show is good, but strange. You have like 2.5 more episodes to go. You just started tonight. Oh, that's fair enough, yeah. So it's good, but strange. Yeah, I haven't really seen much from it. An actor that I don't mind in stuff, Walton Goggins. I see that he plays a ghoul, or the ghoul, I don't know. Because I think, isn't there an enemy type, or maybe they're not enemies, but isn't there a type in Fallout called ghouls who are basically people that didn't get into like a bunker? Or whatever, whatever they call them in that series. Oh, the ghoul. So it is the ghoul, yeah. Nick, fantastic in The Hateful Eight he was. He really was. Oh yeah, Nick. I also wish that he was cast as the trash can man in that Stan miniseries that they did, because I think he would have really made a great version of that character. He was also in the Tomb Raider movie that adapted the 2013 game as well. Okay, so I think I've cleared out all the enemies because I want to go back and search the huts for stuff. Star, yep, he is sane though. Well, as sane as he can be, as sane as you can be with like all your skin missing and you know all that stuff. Because I've seen some images of it. Wayne, you too, until you just checked. Would be cool to have even one platinum for the 3 games. That's true. Even if it was just for doing, finish it like, once you got all the achievements in every one of the games, then you would get that for the platinum. Nick, what games have you got coming up that you'll be streaming? You've been absent for a bit. Your apologies. Oh, that's all good, Nick. Yeah, never feel like you have to, you know, see every stream, and if you don't come in for a while, you'll be blacklisted or considered a bad person or something. But yeah, so the current schedule, Monday to Thursdays, is Tomb Raider, and I've got in total 12 games to get through with that. So that'll take up a bit of time. And then on Friday, I've got Evil Within going on, doing an anniversary playthrough for it. And then on the weekend, I've got Assassin's Creed 2 happening, doing an anniversary playthrough for that as well. There's been a lot of games that are celebrating like a 10th or a 15th anniversary or beyond. I don't tend to do 5th or 5-year anniversaries for games. I tend to wait until the 10-year mark because it feels like it's a bit more of a it feels like it's a bit more of a celebration if it's that long, because that's a long period of time. But that's the current schedule anyway. Star should watch the show. If I was able to put aside time to actually feel like watching a series, then I would. But yeah, I'm very picky. So they're the list of the Tomb Raider games as well. So as everyone is doing the 9-year anniversary run of Metal Gear Solid 5, seems like you're waiting for 10-year anniversary. Yeah, and I'm sure there's people that celebrate a game's anniversary every year after it and stuff. I guess in a way, technically, I do with some games like the Assassin's Creed series, where I'm playing them at least once a year. But yeah, I tend to wait until it's a 10-year anniversary, and then from that point on, then it's like every 5 years. Um, so yeah, last year it was this game's 25th, so this year it's the next game's 25th. So we're doing something for that too before the year ends. Star, so are you, but it's had you drop your phone or book several times, even though you're beyond lost. Since Fallout is your husband's favorite game, not yours, but you like it, but not extremely invested. Oh, that's fair enough too, as well. And when they do a series or something like that too, um, if you're not sort of like knowledgeable about all of the stuff from the game, there could be things that you notice that others might not because they're too busy looking at the things that they're thinking it didn't do right from the games as well. Nick, oh awesome. It'll be fun to watch you do Evil Within. Any tips you can give you for Origins? You stuffed up your last playthrough of Black Flag because you rushed through the story too quickly without realizing. Yeah, Nick. With Origins, there will be some points where you need to actually do a little bit of grinding to level up to progress. The best thing that I would recommend is doing side quests, um, especially ones that really interest you a lot. Because obviously, you can initiate a side quest, and if you don't really feel interested in it, it'll still be in your log, but at least then, you'll be able to go off and do something else as well. Um, just trying to think what else I could suggest for Origins. There are some points where it'll give you a message saying this is a point of no return. Once you go past this point, you won't be able to come back straight away to do exploring and stuff. Um, so it's one of those games where like that'll take a while to get to the point in the story where that happens though. But a lot of the side quests are really fun to do. So I definitely recommend doing them if you're looking for something that gives you some decent XP and stuff like that. But there's no contracts like there are in Odyssey, where Odyssey's contracts they give you a lot more XP than money, and then you got the bounties which give you more money than XP as well. So there's nothing along those lines in Origins. And also you can dismantle your equipment as well, and that kind of stuff. So as you played through Evil Within last year for the first time, wasn't a fan. You felt like a game's worth of Resident Evil 4 randomness to you. Oh, that's fair, Zayas, for sure, with that game. Yeah, it can be rough around the edges, and it can be one that gets mixed sort of like responses when you play through it as well. And there's definitely a lot of, Resident Evil 4 style stuff in it too, as well. Given who the game director was, it's understandable. Nick, you have to say you had major problems with it, with Evil Within. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those games too where there's so many choke points where the game just keeps pummeling you over and over again and can feel like you're getting nowhere and can feel a bit sort of like, meticulous. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? Dr. Darling, you remember this place from my February playthrough. You're becoming familiar with each level just by watching the streams. You still prefer the latest trilogy. That's fair enough to enjoy the latest trilogy more. That is cool, though. You're starting to see and recognize certain levels and stuff in the older school games. Star, so far, your hubby says it's kept pretty close to the game and answers some questions from the game. He's supposed to fill you in, you guess, after you finish the show. Well, that's good, though, that it is, getting as close to the game as possible. Because sometimes with these things, they just go too far in a different direction. Oh, that's all right, Nick. That's no trouble at all. The cult seems bigger than Origins. You hope there's more to take down. Yeah, so if you're up to the point in the story where you get your, initial targets, there's definitely more to it than that. So yeah, but I mean, if you're playing New Game Plus though, it's a different story because New Game Plus makes that game story very short if you're just doing the story. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Ryu. That's great that you're going well. So I kind of wish they'd give you a Bioshock show. Yeah, I mean, you never know. Alan Wake and Control have a series that's in development. Well, there's supposed to be a Splinter Cell series, a Assassin's Creed one as well. I think there was supposed to be two. There was supposed to be an animated Netflix series and a live action one, but I don't know what's happened with those ones. And there was a Tomb Raider show in development at Amazon, but rumor has it that it's actually been cancelled. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Tomb Raider side of things in that respect. But the most recent thing that's coming out is the animated series on Netflix. Yeah, Star. Yeah. Um, be curious to see what they do with it. I really hope that they do a Night Springs episode where the whole episode is just basically Night Springs. I think that'd be quite cool. It's like in shows where they do like an episode where they do like a meta kind of thing. In the Hercules and Xena shows, they used to do that sometimes. There was actually an episode of Hercules where in the episode, actor Kevin Sorbo, who in real life played Hercules in that show, is missing. And so they're scrambling to try and find where the actor is. And in the meantime, I think in that episode they have different actors playing the roles of the characters from the show. It was like really really meta and really funny. So I like when shows do that. So I wouldn't be surprised if Alan Wake has an episode where it's purely and simply just a Night Springs episode, like from start to finish. There's nothing about Alan or anything like that. It's just basically like same intro as Night Springs, same sort of episode style as Night Springs, ends as a Night Springs episode. I think it'd be really cool. Alan Wake would be neat. They have to get the gods of Asgard. Hopefully so. They really do. Originally, it was going to be at AMC, so I don't know if that just fell through. But originally, they weren't going to do an Alan Wake series where he was actually in it all the time. They were going to do a thing where every so often he'd appear in an episode. So I don't know if they're going to stick with that because they partnered with Annapurna, who is I think they're like a film, not necessarily a studio, but I think I think they have something to do with the Terminator series now or something like that. Brock would love that as long as they do it right. Oh, absolutely, definitely would. Yeah. Hopefully they can do it really good. Shaky, what's the number next to your save? So that's how many times I've actually saved. The curious thing is this save file, the top one, was from my February playthrough when I played the remastered version for the first time. And I saved 432 times. But when you start saving on a different slot, it still remembers what your last save number was, and then it just keeps on adding on top. So 655 saves is how many times I've saved in total, including February's playthrough and this one now. And the thing too about Alan Wake and Control is I really hope that they don't, unless they're doing some kind of like, parallel universe story. It would be so cool if in the Control series they actually get Courtney Hope to play Jessie, because she's played her in Control, and also, spoiler alert, has played her in, or a variation of her, I should say, in the Night Springs DLC for Alan Wake 2. I really want to see what happened to Barry as well. It'd be cool as well in an Alan Wake series to actually have an episode that's literally an adaptation of one of Alex Casey novels. Because then you could have Sam Lake be in the show as Alex Casey. But it won't feel the same without James McCaffrey as the voice of characters like Max Payne. He passed away recently. So yeah, Alan Wake 2 is his last role, I think, that he worked on. Nick, where's Barry? We don't know where Barry is. Dun 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 boom boom. Dun 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 dun. That whole intro thing in Resident Evil. I've always liked how they said Barry's name's like Barry Burton as they're doing their name call. Albert Wesker. Yeah, good old Barry. Yeah, there's Barry from Alan Wake and Barry from Resident Evil. What a crossover that would be. All right, so we're going to meet the Australian soldier here. Now he's going to say a word, and this word is dunny. I'll explain what it is after the cutscene plays.
Not interrupting, am I?
Not bleeding, are you?
Not about to use this place as a dunny?
No, and no.
Good. Good. Just don't want any fly-carrying visitors in here.
Right, I understand. What happened?
Woke up in the jungle with one of those little blokes snacking on my leg, didn't I?
A tribesman? It isn't usual for them to eat right off the bone like that.
Well, it was dark and I never got the bugger, so I can't be sure. Something spooky is in that jungle. Our air carrier crashed up in the mountains. Every night some of my men would vanish without trace. Others fled in fear. Then this happened. So I brought the men down to shore for safety, only for us all to be captured by this greedy mob. Some sort of sacrifice to their god who lives up in the hills. Though it seems I've not been invited to the barbie.
Maybe you're the dessert. Ripe flesh can be a bit of a delicacy around here.
For real?
Listen, we'd better get you out of here. Do you know how the tribe crossed the swamp down there? Which stones they tread on?
Yeah, but I'm staying put. With this wound, I'd be like a fill-up station to every diseased bug in the bush. I'd rather be the main course at the real feast. Hey, if you see any of my men alive in there, direct them to the North Shore, will you? Away from here.
Of course.
So the word he used there, you're not about to use this place as a dunny. Basically, he's meaning toilet. You're not going to use this place as a toilet, are you? And of course, Barbie is short for barbecue. Wayne, it's like watching the Chopper movie. Neville, where's your bloody cash? That was definitely a movie that put Eric Bana on the map. Before that, he'd done a lot of comedy. There was a couple of sketch shows that we had. One was called Fast Forward, and the other one was called Full Frontal. And I think he was on the Full Frontal show, which was the second version that they had done. And he played various sort of like Australian personalities. Like there was this guy who was like, it wasn't on like a news report thing. It was kind of like just a show that looked at news articles and items and stuff. And the guy had sort of like slicked hair, and so they made fun of him, and Eric Bana was the one who acted as him and made it look like his hair was this big beehive type thing, all filled with grease and stuff. But yeah, it was interesting where a lot of Australian actors had began their careers and where they ended up as well. Wayne, one of your top five, man, so good in Black Hawk Down. Oh, very nice. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't really seen a lot of his stuff. There was a horror movie that he was in, which wasn't too bad. I think it was called Deliver Us from Evil or something. I didn't mind that movie. He was in that. He played the main detective, or one of them. So in Tomb Raider 1, Lara came across some dinosaurs, and at that time, killing all the dinosaurs, you could say that Lara actually killed the remaining dinosaurs that existed. However, in this game, there's also dinosaurs. So let's make that a reality where they actually were extinct because of Lara. Nick, Jimmy was watching a bull ant crawl across the table, and you were watching Jimmy watching the bull ant go across the table. Should have had that being filmed so that then you could watch yourself filming watching Jimmy watching the bull ant crawl. More bullets fired than the film Hard Target. There we go. There's more dinosaurs to come, but Lara is well on her way to being the one that actually made the dinosaurs extinct. Yeah, Nick, it's so funny because when you made that comment about Jimmy, I completely forgot that you were talking about the movie Chopper. So we've got one of the dog tags that we need. Or maybe it's not dog tags, I think it's keys. Yeah, keys. Although there are some dog tags on the keys. So we've gotten one set. Need to get the other set. Thanks, Nick. They're shooting at me? Or they're shooting at another dinosaur that's come along? 'Cause I don't remember shooting them. Oh no, they are shooting. Oh, wasted health by going to have a look. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure I didn't shoot them. If you shoot them, they'll start shooting back at you. Alright, so there's no way I'm going to get through the rest of the level with this much health, so I'll use the large health pack. Nearing the end of the level now, so don't have to worry about healing. We'll get our health back at the start of the next level.
Is well for you, me fasting this day. You make plenty good flesh pot.
You forget. I might be quite hungry myself. Famished, actually.
Ugh.
Why did your ancestors flee from Antarctica so suddenly?
Coma, bad place. Plenty flesh. But for the price of evil, mutilation, the sixth leader, Mauki, were born without a face. Terrible stones. Men afraid. Run! Set curse of Maoki on the land. No one good enough.
But you still worship it?
White fella later come here with magic Kuma stone. In a day, we celebrate the death of him. The Feast of Smile.
One of Darwin's sailors, poor fool. Where's the stone now?
He lucky fella that kill you. A plenty merry like you.
I'll be sure to point that out to him.
Hey there, Afro. Welcome. When was the last time you played all the Uncharted games? Would have been 2020 when I played those. Played all of them, including the Lost Legacy. I do actually have access to the whole series, so I will actually do a marathon of them in the future, for sure. hate those enemies because they spit at you and poison you. Hey there, Nagasuki. Welcome on in. Is it me, or you begin your stream way earlier than usual? Yeah, I wanted to get a head start today because I've got 8 levels to get through, and I wasn't sure how long it would take me because sometimes this game can throw spanners in the works for you, and also sections where you think, I'll be fine, I don't need to save again, and then the next minute you're like, damn, I wish I saved, because now I have to reload a save that is way earlier than this point, things like that. So I wanted to keep as much time as I could, just in case there's things like that which happen. It's been going good though. We're on the 3rd level out of the South Pacific Island ones, and then there's 4 in total for that place, and then the last 4 levels are Antarctica. Yeah, so sometimes I'll start earlier, and sometimes I'll start earlier just because I feel in the mood to stream earlier. Sometimes I'm like, I'll watch one more YouTube video. 30 minutes later, the video's about to end. Do I want to stream or do I want to watch another YouTube video? Oh, what's this on the suggested side? Oh, cool, I'll check this out. Sometimes that happens too. And I'm like, okay, I've watched enough videos. It's time to actually start my stream. But it's good to have that flexibility as well. Like on the one hand, it would be good to be able to say, right, I start this time every single day and stick with it. But I found that if I had to postpone the stream a little bit longer, sometimes I would have to extend it even longer than that. And I got to a point where I was like, well, I stream every day, but I want to be able to have the flexibility to start, pretty much what time I'd like to start. So if one day I'm in the mood to do an early start, then I can. If I don't really feel in the streaming mood 100% to start early, I can, wait a bit later and then start like that. But yeah, we're making good progress actually in this. If I do finish it within a reasonable time, I won't be starting Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation today though. But it's 5:30 in the afternoon, and this is the 3rd level out of the South Pacific Islands, so getting the next one done as well. But yeah, it might even still end up being a late sort of like stream, depending on how the other levels go. This part in particular is very annoying on the kayak, because you've got a lot of resistance that is actually pushing against you as you're trying to go in whichever direction you want to go into as well. And Lara doesn't exactly turn quickly in this thing either. See, it's just a friggin' pain. It's like, imagine you're pushing up on the control stick and someone else is pulling down on it at the same time, and you're having to struggle and fight with them for control. That's pretty much what it feels like in this part of the fucking game. I hate getting fucking stuck on the thing like that. Because you can't just easily make Lara friggin' turn to a different direction. There we go, I'll save it now. While she's actually facing the right direction I want her in. Nagasuki, which Tomb Raider is your most and least favorite? Well, my favorite one is The Last Revelation, which is actually the fourth one. Part of that is nostalgic too, because that was the first game in the series I ever played, back when it was new. So it's still my favorite one. I really like the setting of it. I really like the story too, with Lara taking an amulet and then triggering Armageddon basically, and has to fix things to put them right again. Plus, there's some really cool visuals and stuff. Some nice, creepy cinematic cutscenes. So as a fan of horror stuff, it's right up my alley in that regard as well. My least favorite would probably have to be Chronicles, which is the fifth game in the series, because it's basically a filler title. It does have good stuff in it, though, don't get me wrong. I do actually like to play it. But I only ever really play it on its own. Well, I only ever play it as part of my annual series run. I never actually play it just as a random one to play. But there have been times where I did a playthrough of Last Revelation, Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness, which takes place afterwards. I did like a trilogy of those games, back to back. But yeah, the thing about Chronicles is that some of the game is good, like the story and stuff. Essentially, the setup is that they think Lara is dead, so they reminisce about things that she did in the past, and you get to experience things that weren't in the other games as well. My least favorite part of that would have to be the last levels, because they're sort of like in a high-tech building with all these annoying friggin' traps and androids and stuff like that. It's just really, really annoying. So yeah, my least favorite would be Chronicles. Fine game, I'll take the fucking L. I'll be here for years otherwise. Thanks, Nagasuki. Yeah, they'll be back to back. But Chronicles does have some cool things about it. Like I really do like when you go to Ireland and it's this whole thing with ghosts and demons and stuff. That's pretty cool. Hello there, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. How's Tomb Raider going today? Doing the Liberation Canoe mission. It's going good. Things are going well with it. This is the third level in the South Pacific Islands, so Once I've done this and then the next one, there'll only be 4 levels left. The ones in Antarctica. And funnily enough, the canoe mission in Liberation is 10 times better than the canoe section in this, because at least you have a lot more control over the canoe. In this game's case, imagine you're trying to push up on the control stick while someone else is using as much force as they can to push back in the opposite direction. That's what it feels like in this game when you're trying to go the way that you want and not the way that the water wants you to go. But it's going really good. Things are going well with it. How's your day going so far, dude? Crooked G's and the Liberation one is far from perfect too. Oh, you're not wrong there. It's absolutely ridiculous as well. Especially if someone tries to do a no damage um, run in that particular memory and has to restart every time they take damage, even though it's actually just the canoe taking damage. I don't know who would be torturing themselves enough to actually do something like that, though. Hmm. You're going good. You're currently making some breakfast. Pesto, mozzarella, tomato. Levy is also saying hello. Hello to you, Levy. I hope things are going well with you as well. That sounds like a really good, delicious combination of foods. Really, really delicious. Hey there, Legolas. How's things today? Welcome on in. Would have been cool if they let you do diagonal and up when climbing on walls like this, but they didn't bring that in until Angel of Darkness, which is the 6th game in the series. I like that. Happy, glorious music. Okay, so what this does, down there, that was sort of like in the middle of the water. Whereas now that that has been lifted up, it's essentially like pulling a plug out of a sink. So we'll be able to get down underneath that now. And the thing about it is it's a big drop. So when you're in the canoe, there's no way to get past it without actually taking any damage. So I imagine if you're doing a playthrough where you can't use health packs, that by this point in the game, you need to make sure that you've gotten to this point with enough health left so that you can survive the fall in the canoe to the bottom. Because if not, you'll die from the fall. Not to mention that once you actually get to the bottom of here, you also have enemies that can still kill you. So doing this without being able to use health packs would be a damn friggin' pain. But I'm not doing a playthrough where I can't use health packs. I'll switch back to pistols. Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. So the next level is the last one in the South Pacific Islands. So including this level, there's 5 left. The last 4 will take place in Antarctica. Hey there, Jislek. Man, you tune in and what do you get? Twitch pretending Rod's stream is an ad while giving you a preview to Rod's ongoing stream. Of course, the ad has no timer. Really? Ah, I hate when that happens. You know something else I've noticed? They can be a smartass sometimes. I've had an ad turn up and I've gone to another tab to look at something else in the meantime, and I've gone back and the ad has paused. And I'm like, you fucking son of bitches. Being able to make it that the ad pauses when it knows that you've clicked off the tab that's actually playing it. I'm like, you sons of bitches. And sometimes I've forgotten that I had an ad loading and I've spent like 10 minutes on something, and then I'm like, oh, that's right, I was watching that other thing, and then I'll switch back to the tab and the ad's like, I'm like, oh, jeez. Hey there, Tech. How's it going? During one of the AC games released, you look up the trailer, only for the trailer you looked up to be the ad that you got. That's quite strange. I don't think I've had that happen before. Actually, that reminds me too. You know how they do like they have a trailer, but at the start of the trailer they do a preview for what's in the trailer. It's like, oh my god. It's like just show the trailer. You don't need to do a preview of what's in the trailer in the literal trailer that you're doing. You know, just like the ad just failing to load though. Yeah, oh, is that what happened to you, or it has happened before? And then they explain the trailer. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Sometimes it makes you wonder what their thought process is going into these things when they're sorting this stuff out. Take you hate the trailers that show big parts of movies, or even worse, a trailer that's a completely different plot to the actual movie. Some games do that too. That is just so much bullshit when they do stuff like that. The thing is, they probably think, oh, no one will know the context in which we're showing the scenes, but the thing is, you don't have to actually know the context in terms of like, when there's a character that you see in the trailer, there's a shot of them looking like they're almost dead. Either they're going to survive or they're not going to. So some would consider even seeing them in peril a spoiler, because it could be they die or they don't. It took so long. In fact, I think it was only a few playthroughs ago, I actually found out that you could pull that out to prevent the spike roof from going any further. Like, I would be like, I've got to quickly pull these switches before it happens. And then I saw someone do this and they were like, let's pull this block out of the wall. And I'm like, oh my god, wish I knew that years ago. Just like, and then the game copy pastes itself 4 times every level. What? It's like, what the hell? What is this? Hey there, lynch mob. How's things? Take it has its issues, but you firmly believe if you gave the prospect of Unleashed 3 the care put into Fallen Order Survivor, it'd be a classic rip-off. A classic off-rip. Yeah, I never actually finished the second one. I played a little bit of Force Unleashed 2, but not all the way through. But I did have a lot of fun with the first one. It was really fun, the ragdoll physics that they had. Getting the stormtroopers using the Force to lift them up in the air and then throw them around was quite, fun and funny as well. Take Force Unleashed 2 is worth playing. Remember that the Unleashed games were canon until Disney. Yeah, I never quite understood that kind of stuff. Because you still could fit him in as well. I'd rather they actually integrate what's already been done into new things moving forward if they're going to have someone else come on board. On one level, I can understand wanting to simplify things so that you can move forward with stuff, but I feel like when it's a long-running franchise, that should not be what you do instead. In fact, it would be cool if there was some kind of author protections that could go into that kind of stuff where, even if the franchise changes hands, that the people buying the franchise still have to honor what has already been established by the previous person as part of the deal for them actually getting the rights to the series, for example. To sort of like keep an integrity of continuity and also franchise lore moving forward. Just got done Lynch Mob, playing some Star Wars Outlaws. The card game they play is called Sabacc, and it's a lot of fun playing, especially when you beat high roller players around the galaxy. That is cool. I never have played that minigame in other Star Wars games, if there is, because I haven't played a lot of the Star Wars games, especially like Knights of the Old Republic and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know if there's any sort of like games that have Sabacc in it before Outlaws, but it is interesting adding that kind of stuff as well, because it's definitely something that is a part of the series. And wasn't it also it was the game that Lando Calrissian lost to Han Solo for the Millennium Falcon, wasn't it as well? Sabak. It is now boss fight time. Tech Starkiller stood in the place of the Inquisitors and was the actual person killing Jedi up to a certain point. Then his family sigil being the rebellion symbol for his sacrifice. Should you assume people are sensitive to half a century old movies and the games from a decade ago too? Yeah. I mean, there's so many franchises that have one-off things that they did that might not necessarily be looked at again. I think the Star Wars Holiday Special is one of those things where whatever happens in that, I don't know if that was even canon back before Disney got it or not. And those Endor movies as well with the Ewoks, I don't know if they were considered canon before Disney bought it. That Ewoks show, that like the cartoon I remember watching as a kid, and the droids cartoon and stuff. Tech, considering it's not canon, you don't know if it counts as a spoiler anymore. Oh, that's fair enough, Tech. Yeah. I mean, those games have been out for a very long time. Wasn't the last one in 2011 or something? Brutus, there is no Star Wars Holiday Special. Okay, moving on. Who mentioned what that was again? Oh, I can't remember now. It has now gone into the category of redacted. How's it going, Brutus? Welcome on in. Excellent, Brutus. That's really good to hear. As for me, I'm doing really, really good. We just did the fourth South Pacific Island level. So now there's only 4 levels left before the game's finished. Tech, the series is dead, but you hold on hope with Dave Filoni. Yeah, hopefully there can be some stuff moving forward that gets done in the series that people like. I mean, I know there's people that do like a lot of the Disney stuff, which is fair, but like with Marvel stuff, I kind of am only really interested in certain things that pique my interest, really. Like, it's been a long time since I've cared about spoilers for Marvel stuff, so I don't mind seeing, people talk about episodes of shows and that, because if I ever do decide to jump back in, at least I know all this stuff without having had to watch it all, kind of deal. Brutus, you go back to work on Monday night and trying to get your sleep schedule back to being a nighttime person. So that's going to be soon, yeah. Not too many days away, Monday. Well, I hope you can get your sleep schedule the way that you want it, Brutus, as well. Lynch Mob, yeah, it's the same card game that Han Solo beat Lando for the Falcon, and the game gives you abilities for it, but you have to unlock them by completing challenges and finding things that help you cheat. But if you get caught cheating, then you'll be banned until the players trust you again. So is it like a countdown timer thing, Lynch Mob, when that happens to you? Like a cooldown before you can do it again? But yeah, all that kind of stuff is really interesting with coming up with a game. It's like, with Gwent and Witcher, coming up with a mini game that is unique to the world, and it's obviously based on something. So, Sabak, I'm assuming, is definitely based on poker. And you've got Gwent, which I wouldn't be surprised if it's based on Magic the Gathering, things like that. But taking those elements and coming up with their own sort of like version of a game and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, if the Sabak game is one that I actually don't mind playing, then because I do want to play Outlaws, but I'm going to wait till it's really, really cheap though before I get it. Plus, wait until there's a lot of patches done for it. It was nice to see them pay tribute to Blade, making Iron Man possible, thereby making all of Marvel possible. The success of the Blade trilogy saved the whole company. Yeah, well, that's the other thing too that can be forgotten by some people, and maybe not even forgotten, but some people don't know, which is understandable. Not everyone knows the history of every single thing that came before, but the Blade movie in 1998 was definitely the movie that kicked off a resurgence in superhero properties. It may not have been a big smash hit in terms of like, Avengers money or something like that, but a lot of the movies that came afterwards had a lot to give thanks to Blade for. For me, though, the weakest part of the Blade trilogy is the third movie. I think they could have done a better job with that. Brutus, you'll get Outlaws in 5 years when it's $20. F Ubisoft. I don't blame that sentiment at all, Brutus. There's no point in just getting something at full price, just to get it, and as well. And like the whole 3-day early access thing, like that backfired for them with the PlayStation 5 version, where it's like, yeah, you have a bug that if you don't install the patch and don't start a new save, you're going to have problems completing the game, i.e. you won't be able to finish it. Like, some people might have only played, an hour of it and found that out. But some people probably didn't find it out until, 15 hours into the game. And it's like, right, you have to... Because, not everyone does the main story straight away. Like, you could spend 15 hours in a game without even doing a whole lot of the story if you wanted to, Just like Blade 3, though, you ended up just watching for Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, I watched it for Jessica Biel. Just like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in 2003. Just like, no. Some people got it before the 3-day EA. The .002 patch was days old by the 3-day EA. Was it? Oh. You remember the whole bigger deal Iron Man was back in the day? The whole family huddled around the small TV, then finding the small Easter eggs as the connections started being made. You would have preferred the OG Incredible Hulk and Abomination being part of Marvel. Yeah, the first thing that I had seen of the Iron Man character was the Iron Man movie. Like, I mean, I probably had seen the character, but a better way to put it is I didn't really know too much about him until that first movie came out. Just like, it's even worse than a 3-day EA backfire. Physical version shipped before the patch shipped, which shipped before digital 3-day EA. I don't know, like, yeah, on paper, the ability to play a game earlier than others who don't pay that extra money for it, like, I can get it on some level, but on other levels, it's kind of like, you just don't know what you're gonna get. Especially these days, you don't know the extent to what glitches are going to be like and all that kind of stuff. And there's only so much saying it's going to get patched later can actually do. Like, not everyone's going to be like, oh, okay then, we'll wait till it gets patched and then we'll judge it. People naturally are going to judge something how it is the way it comes out. Sometimes you get games where years later they actually have fixed a lot of stuff to the point where it's more tolerable. And at that point, sometimes it's like maybe some people should give it another chance, kind of thing. But you can't prevent people from keeping their first impressions of a game. So if a game comes out and it's terrible on launch, it doesn't matter if 5 years later it's the best game ever. They might not change their mind on it, but they might. But you just never know. But with the whole thing with Ubisoft is it's better to buy later than buy earlier. It's like, if you're trying to avoid spoilers, I can kind of understand wanting to get the game earlier, because then you have the earliest opportunity to finish it before you get potential spoilers. But I don't know. Probably it just depends on the severity of the glitches and stuff like that. Like if it was just a glitch where your character, their face is on backwards or something, that's kind of funny, right? And obviously they can patch that. But if it's a glitch where it literally breaks the game and makes you have to lose all your progress, that's kind of like a bit of a big deal that should be taken seriously, and it should be considered a fair criticism of the game if that is something that happens. Then again, too, there's some glitches that not everyone gets as well. Like 2 different people can play the same game, and only one of them might get glitches, and the other person might not. And so from their perspective, the game is great because there's no glitches. But from the other person's perspective who got glitches, it isn't great because there were glitches. But yeah. I think it's better just to wait later and then, buy. Alright, the final levels. Antarctica.
Come in, base. Come in, base. Dead air, man. Gotta get down. This is too much. Hold on back there. That was hairy.
Make a save here. In this level, the water, if you stay in it too long, will actually kill you because it's absolutely fucking freezing water. Tech, don't make me hungry. You won't like me when I'm hungry. The Incredible Hungry. Just like physical version shit. Oh, I already read that. Whoops. Lynch Mob, you're not sure. You only got caught once on Tatooine, but the players let you continue playing, and you still ended up losing that round, but eventually won and gained a token that you can use for another sub-arc game, and also got a new gun belt that reminds you of Han Solo's when he did the Kessel Run. Oh, very cool. Well, it's good when you can get something that, unlocks something of value, and whether that value is in general or if it's just individual based, where it's like some people might find value in it, whereas some people might not. But it's cool that there's something like that you can get. Just like you thought you'd cheat in Sabak, but currently you're just not cheating. So is it because the risk is too much, Jislek, or is it just basically you haven't really felt the need to? Hey Schiller, it's going really good, thank you, dude. How's things with you today? Tech Outlaw's having a glitch where progress is not possible, and the subsequent patch, the devs telling people to just start over, is unacceptable for a $70 game, not to mention the people paying $110 or the $130. Well, this is true as well, that is something that's a major problem. It goes beyond just, haha, look, the game is glitching and it makes the person's face look like they have a fly on it, but they don't, you know. That's a very minor glitch that doesn't really, you know, ruin anything. It might temporarily ruins things, but not permanently, or for a longer period of time, or a more devastating thing. But when it's something that actually can break the game, that's a whole different story. And people paying money for it as well, you know, so paying full price and all that kind of stuff to get that kind of thing. You've been boycotting Ubisoft since Black Flag. You enjoyed the gameplay, however, it wasn't an Assassin's Creed game. It was a very good pirate game. It's been downhill since then. The role-play games they've been making are good at what they are, but it shouldn't be AC. That's fair enough to choose a point to just not support anymore. It's definitely understandable. Like, there's a lot of people that even left before AC3, you know, and didn't come back to the series and all that kind of stuff. Just like you haven't really felt the need to. You mean you even 1-8'd a game where you were at 2 tokens early on. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah. I mean, it's like in Red Dead Redemption 1. Like, you can cheat if you're wearing the, I can't remember what it's called, the gambler's outfit, whatever it is. But, you know, you can get caught still. It doesn't give you immunity. Sheila, you're doing good. You just got back from the dentist. Well, I hope that your appointment went well, dude. Hopefully whatever you needed to get done was done well, and that you're not in too much pain. Just like you're basically losing, then you're just winning. And even then you shot yourself in the foot in that game. Don't you love when that happens? Especially, like, I remember in the games in AC3 and Black Flag, the mini games, the Nine Men's Morris and that. I've had so many times where I've gone, this move's gonna get me. This move is gonna make me win, and then I do the move, and then I'm like, fuck! I didn't see this thing here that the opponent is now doing to actually win. Lenchmob, glitches can be fun, but if it breaks the game or your console, then that's bad. That is so true, Lenchmob, you know. And if there's a glitch that is a minor glitch and it just needs you to reload your checkpoint, then that's, you know, something else as well. But yeah, if it's something that goes way beyond that, just like you have a normal state, a suspicious state, and a banned state when caught too red-handed. Okay, so that's interesting with the different states of it. Normal, suspicious, and then banned state. Shirley, just let your teeth check twice per year and get a professional cleaning done. Today was one of those days. Oh, very good, Sheila. That's great. It's definitely good to have that set up and to get that done. I'm glad that it all went well. Hey there, DJ. Thank you so very much for the raid. We're in the final levels now of Tomb Raider 3, so I'm looking to finish it. How's things going? Hope you had a great stream. Welcome to you and your raiders. Hope everyone's doing well. You're doing some Tomb Raider level editor stuff. Oh, very good. So were you doing any creation, DJ, or were you playing a certain level or a certain full game that someone had done? Going good, DJ? Excellent. That's great to hear. Thank you for the good luck wishes as well. So I'll be doing all 12 main entries for Tomb Raider, just for those coming in with the raid. And that's the current progress as well. So as I'm going through each one, I'll put an X to mark off that it's done in that list. Lunchmon Blara's fingers must be cold. Oh, absolutely. Not to mention when she goes into cold environments wearing booty shorts and and a tank top. Hello, Inmita. How's it going, dude? Oh, that's excellent, Amita. Glad to hear that, dude. As for me, I'm doing really good. This is one of the final levels of the game. Including this one, there's 4 left. Cheers, dude. So finishing this today means that on Monday I can start the 4th game, The Last Revelation. Thanks for the GGs in Mita. Dr. Darling, why not today? Well, that's because I've been lazy and I haven't even set up the game because I'll have to, because I'll be playing the PC version, of course, because there isn't a remaster of the other 3 games in the old school continuity. Need to make sure that it actually still works properly, because that's the thing about the old school Tomb Raider games on PC is you can get it right and then the next year you play the game again and then all of a sudden it doesn't work the same way for some reason. So yeah, haven't done all that stuff yet. Great, where was my last save? Before all this, a good one, Rod. Eventually I will be a lynch mob. It probably won't be this year though. Because I'd like to actually do some of the old school Spider-Man games that I used to play and do it as part of a marathon thing. But also I need to get the 2 Spider-Man games that came out in recent years. It is in Mita, yeah. Yeah, so this is in the Antarctic. Oh, that's all good, Lynch Mob. That's no worries at all. I thought you might have been watching another stream at the same time and putting in a message for that chat, but putting it in here instead. I've done that before. But it was your cat. Won't leave you alone. The cat's like, hey, how about I press some keys? You vote 7 AC? Well, that's good because I asked chat before that when someone comes in and guesses the right number I was thinking of, that it means that they have to tell me that they're a chicken. So congratulations, AC. You were the chicken of the stream. Just kidding. How's it going, AC? Welcome on in. You meant to type that. You don't have a cat to do it for you. Now, that would be actually funny if you had a cat that could type. So you could be like, hey, cat, can you type this message for me? I just need to go grab a drink. And the cat's like, meow. I mean, what comes through from the cat might not be what you want. It could just be what I just typed in there. But, Dr. Darling, you love eating chicken? So do I. Chicken is delicious. I also love chicken-flavored stuff too. Wayne, what would I call the cat? Well, I'd probably call my cat, if I had one, I'd probably call him Gavin, if it was a he. You'd call him Dick Mullen. Nice one, Wayne. That character from Disco Elysium. Dick Mullen is Dick Mullen in Dick Mullen as Dick Mullen in a movie written by Dick Mullen called Dick Mullen. Dr. Darling, Gavina, if it was a female. Gavina? Gavina? Where are you? AC, squeakers? Oh yeah. So is that your cat? Cool. Squeaker. Squeakers. That's a good name. AC, it is. He doesn't meow. He squeaks. Oh, really? It's a good name. Lechmob, you are unaware of the guessing game, lol, but if your cat guessed correctly, then you win. If not, then you still have a chance. Actually, that would be funny to have something like that as the thing, where it's like, if someone guesses the number I was thinking of, there's a certain thing that I'll do in a game or something. Hello, Biko. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well today. I have been, yeah. I thought I'd start a bit earlier my time, because I had 8 levels in this to get through, and you never know sometimes whether or not some levels will take longer than others, especially if there's some bullshit stuff, or I get killed after having saved 10 minutes before and stuff like that. But we're on the final levels now. This is the fourth last level. It makes you wonder, why is the menu as a British passport? Yeah, that was something that they had as a sort of carryover from the first two games. In the fourth and fifth games, they actually changed the way that you save and load in terms of like what the menu looks like and stuff. And it goes from being like a circular kind of ring and layered thing like this. It goes to a thing where it's all on the same line. Ammo and the load and save and also your health is all on the same line. So you have to scroll through across. I mean, there's obviously shortcut keys too for different weapons and stuff, but I think that's only on the PC version though. But yeah, the first three games kind of keeps consistent menuing. Yeah, me too. Bit of a rest in peace there. Dr. Darling, chat. Lara, heal yourself. Lara's like, no, can't do that. Even if we have 100,000 health kits, I'm not going to use a health kit. You crazy? I won't have many left after that. Sheila, imagine using a health kit. Gross. Very gross. It's like, even if you have one more hit left, why use a health kit for? Even if you have 1,000 of them. It's just not going to be good. You only have 999 left then. Can't have that. In Meta, that's what you do in Skyrim, and then you always get over encumbered. It's so funny too. It's like, here's a little tiny pea. I'll pick that up. No, I can't move, you know. One of the things that annoyed me in Witcher 2 was that when you looted a body or a chest, you couldn't actually see what was inside and then decide whether or not you wanted to leave some stuff and keep the rest, or even know if there was nothing in there to actually keep. It doesn't tell you that information, so pretty much you just have to basically gamble with picking it up. But the annoying thing is, one of the attacks, the same key as attack, will actually have Geralt pick stuff up. So you can be in the middle of a fight, press the button to attack, pick up something or loot something, and then get over encumbered and can't move. It's like, oh, seriously, game? I mean, on the PC it'd be a different story because you could just change what key does what, but on the Xbox version, which is what I played, Witcher 2, the Xbox 360 version, no such luck. Oh my god, fucking hell. Where did I save it last? Of course. Look at all the health packs the game's made me use. Jesus Christ, I've only got 36 left now for the small medipacks. Fuck you, game. I don't have many left. Just kidding. In Meta, true. Yeah, it's just so frustrating because it's like, I'm in the middle of fighting Geralt. Did you really need to pick up that item and then not be able to move properly? Meanwhile, you feel silly carrying around 200 power converters, but no heavy blasters. Just pick up those power converters and throw them at the enemy. Just like, that's all you need to do. In Meta, even when you open the door, you have to press the left mouse key. Oh, yeah. It's like, ugh. Indeed, in Meta. Yeah, that's Lara Croft, how she looks in the first Tomb Raider game. I went into photo mode, and with the old school graphics in this remaster version, there's only 2 facial expressions that you can actually have Lara put on. And it's her neutral face and the angry one. So I turned that into an emote. Just like, hey, you missed a spot. Aw. Now I have to reload the save again, Gizlek, and make sure I get that spot next time. Just kidding. Not going to do that. But I will save it, though. And I did pick up the crowbar, I hope. Yeah, I did. Alright. So in this game with the crowbar, once you use it, Lara throws it on the ground. And you need to use it more than once. So you need to make sure you pick it up again after she throws it on the ground. Whereas in the next game, when she uses the crowbar, she puts it back in her inventory. In her pants, like a true protagonist. Exactly. Pockets that have no limits. You can just basically put a truck in your pocket and it'll be fine. And Mita, she's like, well, I don't need it anymore. I don't need this anymore. It's like, but Lara, there's more things you need the crowbar for. No. It's like Q propaganda song from Bar Akuda. You know, I've never actually heard that. Out of nowhere. Don't you hate when that happens? Especially when you're doing something like on the toilet and then just random music starts playing. You don't know where it's coming from. Oh my god, Rod. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Pay fucking attention to what you're doing. Yeah, I know, right? Just like, it's like, what the duck are you doing? What are you doing? Stay focused. Rod, pay attention. Put the cookie down. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Just like... Admit to you, like how in this game Lara isn't affected by the cold. At the beginning of Rise, she is almost freezing to death, and she is like, I need to light a fire. Yeah, in this game, the only thing that will cause Lara to freeze to death is if she stays in the water too long. they added an extra meter that goes down the longer she's in frozen water for. But you need to wait for it to actually build back up, even if you get out of the water. Otherwise, if you go back into cold water again, it'll remember that you only had a little bit of the meter left. This outfit that Lara is wearing, there's actually a version of it that Lara can wear in Rise of the Tomb Raider. And me to this dog has an office, nice. And Lara just runs in there and is like, gonna shoot. Just like runs in like George Michael. I'm gonna shoot the dog. Like, Lara, what are you doing? It's his office. Ah, it was just the wind. Thank you, Nabro, for letting me know. I was wondering what that was. Must have just been the wind. It wasn't Lara just running in and shooting everything that moves. It was just the wind. More like Arflace. What's that? What does that mean? Ah, just like there's an exclamation mark in the middle. I see. Love you use some digital fonts. I had to look there for a second. I was like, Arflice? What? Nah, bro, definitely the wind. It always is, isn't it? When a bank gets robbed, it's not the people robbing it that are doing it, it's the wind. Oh my god, Rod. What the fuck? Where was the last save? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. How much stuff do I have to redo again? I need to get that key again. Oh dear, I don't know. I'm glad I actually started this stream earlier than yesterday. Just fall down then. See if I care. Just like, that was a pretty smooth landing. Do you have to kick holes into the barrel floor to walk? No, not that I know of. In me too, you got Hogwarts Legacy, by the way. It was quite cheap compared to its initial price, so you couldn't resist. Oh, very nice. That's good. It's good when it comes onto a price that you really want. Can make it really worth the wait too, as well. Some games too, when you look at their initial price, you think, nah, doesn't look like a game that I'm willing to pay that much for. With Call of Cthulhu, the game that came out in 2018, when I saw trailers for it, it intrigued me, but when it came out, I didn't think it was worth the price. It wasn't full Australian price either. It wasn't $100 initially. It was about 70, but I still felt like even $70 wasn't what I was willing to pay for it. So I waited and waited, and it finally went on sale. I think it was around $40 on sale, and I thought, yeah, I'd be willing to pay that for it. And I ended up enjoying it. It's not the best game ever, and there are some issues with the facial animations and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty much, double A quality level, but the thing about the game that is really good is I really like the story and the characters and stuff, and the vibe and atmosphere as well. Oh my God, Rod, you did the thing you said to make sure not to do for people who might not know that you don't do what you did. Oh man. Remember how I said that when Lara uses the crowbar, she throws it away, so to make sure that you pick it back up as soon as you use it? Take your own advice, Rod. There we go. Alright. Sona, she does wear clothes. This is true. Yeah, Lara doesn't always just, run around in booty shorts. How's it going, Sona? Raid, well, you're gonna go to sleep, but Rod streams are more important. Oh, Raid, thank you so much. But seriously, dude, if you really need to go to sleep, don't stay up longer on my account. But welcome on in anyway. I hope things are going well. Hope you had a good day. Yeah, and me too, right? Like, talk about trying to, be a little bit of like a tutorial thing. Or not a tutorial, but you know what I mean. Hey, Mr. Goatee. Thank you for redeeming a rest in peace, Lara. So, would you like Lara to freeze to death? Would you like Lara to burn? Would you like her to do a neck break? What would you like? Or poisoned? We can do poisoned by a creature thing. Dealer's choice, eh? Alright. We'll have Lara freeze to death. Thank you for redeeming that, Mr. Goatee. Right, some part of you wants to replay State of Mind, but at the same time you've got other games to play. Don't think I've ever actually played that game. Haven't heard of it, State of Mind. What is the game about? Now that I've got the crowbar, I can actually do what I need to do when we get to the doorway. Oh well, can't get that health kit. Lost it. Stuck. Raid State of Mind is basically Detroit Become Human, made by amateurs, but it's a surprisingly decent game. That is cool, because I do like that style of game. Granted, like any other genre I like, you can definitely still get bad ones, but in general I do like that kind of game. So State of Mind. Mate, I just thought of that character in Assassin's Creed Origins. Hilarious. This old fighter. He's really big and bald, and his favorite saying is, "Youth is a state of mind." Right, you don't know how, but somehow they managed to get the voice actor for Geralt in The Witcher to voice the main character. Oh, cool. Doug Cockle, isn't it? I think. Is it Doug or Dave? I think it's Doug. Yeah, Doug Cockle. He's also in Alan Wake 2 as well, as a particular spoiler character. I won't say who it is. There's his IMDb. Wayne, is Tomb Raider 2013 a reboot, start to a new story? It is, Wayne, yeah. It's a whole new different backstory for Lara. And it's basically the adventure that she goes on that basically kicks her off. Right, but then again, he also voiced the main character in a terrible game called Dark. So yes, you shouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that's true. You know, I mean, I guess like anything too, you just never know how something's going to turn out. And what sort of things is expected of the project as well. Coming up soon is a reference to the movie The Fly, the David Cronenberg one, the remake. And I fell to my death. Good one, Rod. People who've seen that movie will probably pick up on the reference when they say it. There's some secrets here, I think, but I'm not going to worry about those ones. I've been getting some secrets in the game. Some that I either remember or I just accidentally find. Ray's State of Mind was made by the same people who made that terrible Gollum game from last year. How they go from an okay game like State of Mind to Gollum, you have no idea. Yeah. I'm still going to play that game, that Gollum game, but when it's really, really, really cheap. Alright, so this time I won't jump down that chasm. But yeah, in this cutscene coming up, there's a reference to the movie The Fly.
Oh, aye, come in. Make yourself at home. I won't be a minute.
At home? I've just met a man who may as well have been Brundlefly.
Fascinating, isn't it?
He was your own employee.
He was a molecular biologist. He'd have been intrigued with himself. Thanks to this material, his Hox genes were multiplied. Do that, and the complexities of our bodies increase beyond our comprehension. But this is just the fringe of its possibilities we're seeing here. My pal's exposure came from a material impregnated into the meteorite crater. The real capacities lie in its core, which these artifacts you're so attached to will let me access.
But you've no control over this.
This is not just about avidly spawning mutants. It's an entirely natural acceleration of evolution, a real live laboratory of spurred-on life.
Not everyone here wants to be guinea pigs, multi-appendaged or not.
Well, that's unfortunate. It's been hit and miss here for too long. Now the timing's spot on. I can't leave it. The Polynesians fled in their ignorance. Darwin's half-wit sailors the same, ironically making Darwin himself miss this angle on evolution. But now, I'm here. I have the access, the knowledge, the artifacts.
Yes, But you bumped into me in India and sent me to find them for you, bringing me here. Listen to this gibberish. Your perception of good timing is bad.
I don't know about that.
Oh yeah, and Mita, that's no trouble at all, dude. Thank you so much for being here. Really hope that things go well. And thank you. I definitely will have a great rest of the stream for sure. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Amita's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. He played a little bit of it a while back, but never finished it on that playthrough, so he's actually working through it this time to complete it. And he's also doing a playthrough of Skyrim as well. He's a really cool streamer who has a really cool chill atmosphere as well on his channel, so definitely recommend. And no worries for the shout out, Amita. Hope that everything goes well. Hope you have a good one. Yeah, Raid. Lara, you have guns. Just shoot him. It's those sort of moments in stories and stuff where it's like the main character has the opportunity to shoot the enemy while they're gas bagging, but they just let them talk, and by the time their speech is over, they escape. And it's like, you could have just shot them. So yeah, it's like, Lara, just shoot him. There's also things too where it's like in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, for example, there's a part of that game where Lara is being attacked by these enemies, and she, at this point, has more than just a bow, story-wise. But what weapon does she use? The bow. And it's like shooting at them. It's like, Lara, at this point, you've got an assault rifle. Just pull that out and mow them down. But yeah, it's like, because the plot demands that that doesn't happen that way. It's like, So yeah, it's funny in stuff where they come up with these reasons why certain things can't be done, or why certain characters can't be defeated because they wanted something to happen. I'm going to take this opportunity to go and take a break. There's 3 levels left now to get through before I finish the game. So I'll just leave Lara to keep an eye on things. Accidentally pressed up, which changes what the poses are. Whoa. There we go. Dual pistols. Alright, so I'm going to leave it on that screen while I go and take a break. Biko, cute little face. Look at that button nose. Lara is like serious face and then angry face. Thank you, Brutus. I definitely will enjoy my break. Thank you very much. Raid, you'll post a track from State of Mind soundtrack on the Discord tomorrow. It's pretty sweet. Oh, definitely, Raid. Do that for sure. Because I'm always interested in listening to music from games. Thank you, Schiller. I will enjoy the break. Thank you very much. I'll pin a message to the top of chat. And I will be back in 10 minutes. Alrighty then, I'm back from my break. So no pause screen hype. Absolutely. It'd be cool if they added some more options for photo mode in terms of being able to put like the logo of the title on the screen and things like that. Alright, so this level, the start of it, has a bit of a tricky thing. It's more like a puzzle type section. And it can just loop on and on and on itself. There's a certain trick to it. I can't remember how many turns you need to go to do it, but essentially if you just keep on going forward, you'll just go around and around in circles. At a certain point, you have to actually stop going forward and then go back the way that you came, and then that'll get you out of the looping maze-like thing. Can't remember if it's 3 or 4 door opening. No, that's where I came from. Alright, it might be 3. 1, 2, 3, I think. No, maybe it's 4. There we go. So I can't remember now how many turns I did, but at a certain point you need to go back the way that you came, and then you'll get to this area here where Lara has to actually duck and crawl, and you can see a bit of the distance in there. So these flamethrower guys, even though they actually work for Willard, they don't actually attack Lara. But I think if you shoot them, they will. Oh, that's right. At the end of the previous level, Lara loses the crowbar. There's another crowbar in this level that you need to get. Okay, so there's 3 different levels with mine carts in them. And this is very, very tricky because you have to duck at the right moment, increase speed at the right moment, but then brake at the right moment, or make sure you hit the switch at the right moment to change the tracks at the right moment. Otherwise, it'll be the wrong moment, ending in death. So yeah, this is my least favorite part of the final levels. Alrighty then. Now that I've sussed that out. It's going to be a lot of trial and error. So you miss these types of graphics. They definitely have a certain charm to them. It'd be cool if games would do this style, even as an option, you know what I mean? So that people who weren't a fan of these graphics could have modern graphics, but put them into this sort of style, if you wanted to. See what I mean? Because I thought I'd go off the rails, I put the brake on when I needed to let it go for a little bit, but not too far to be too fast. You have to get it just right, which could take 50 goes. Hey Cheese, welcome. Indiana Jones indeed. Classic moment from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. See, if you go too fast, that will happen. You need to get the timing of when to brake exactly, so that you also have enough room for the mind to pick up more speed to make the jump that's coming up after that point. Biko, you couldn't do these levels at all purely because of the music freaking you out way too much. Such a creepy, chilling song. Yeah, that definitely can become a thing. Where the music in something can be off-putting. Alright, so I need to brake way earlier than that, but not for too long, otherwise the jump that's coming up won't be made. Geez, you think you see a pattern? Yeah. It's also timing. Have to get the timing just right. Brake, but not too long, and not too late. Geez, a break halfway down the hill and a small break at the corner. Could be. I'll get it eventually. And this is just one out of the 3 mine routes you have to take. Jeez, that was a close one. That one before was a close one, yeah. Ended up sliding and clipping through the wall. You're doing well, Rod. You always find it entertaining. Well, thank you, Cheese. Yeah, this part's my least favorite of these last few levels. Finally got past that part. Yeah, now, bro. GG's Lara indeed. Hey there, Maxi. Thank you so very much, dude, for the 34 months in a row. Thank you very, very much. Really do appreciate that a lot. 34 months. Thank you so much. Looking and working. Hope you're enjoying Tomb Raider 3. I am. Going to be finishing it in this stream. This is the third last level. And thank you so much for the lurking, dude. I really appreciate it. I hope that work has been going good for you. On Monday, I'll be starting Tomb Raider 4 then, which is the last revelation. So the timing's working out well. Early in September, and if I can get through the old school Tomb Raider games before the month is finished, then that'll work out well. Because then I'll be able to get through the other ones. Like games like Legend are very short anyway, so that won't take long. And the reboot games won't necessarily take that long either. Thank you so very much for that, Maxi. Really do appreciate that, dude. Maxi, excellent. Work is going okay. It's been constantly busy even throughout the summer holidays, which was annoying, but hopefully it dies down during Christmas. Well, hopefully so, dude, as well, especially if you've been going on all cylinders for so long as well and getting so, busy and stuff like that. It'd be good to have a little bit of a time where you can just chill out and not be as busy. This part I'm up to now with the mines, the mine cart, and having to get the timing right for when you put the brakes on versus how long you need to keep the brakes on versus how much speed you need to get back again so that you can make the jump that's coming up versus when the next switch is that you have to hit versus when you have to actually duck versus when, all these things. Oh my god, that head bump. There's no real point in killing that enemy unless you want to get all the kills in the game. So this time around, I won't worry about that. Dr. Darling, thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Lara, can you check what's down there? What is down the bottom? Sure thing. trying to get Lara to do a dive all the way down to the bottom. So I'll keep trying till I get it. There we go. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Yeah, cheese. Bonk indeed. Like, holy shit. That was definitely a big dive. A lot of ground to hit. To perfection. Dr. Darling, splat. Pancake, Lara. Hey, flamethrowing guy, where'd you go? You gotta come back this way, dude. Like, how close do they have to get to where he is for him to go back around? Nice one, Code. Got a light. Here. There we go. So where is this other one crawling around? How close is it to where we are? Not close at all. Thank you so very much, Sona, for leaving the lurk. Alright, so now we need to get back into the minecart. Damn it. That's right, there's a gap. I forgot, there's a gap you gotta get over. Alright, so we're back to the start of this track on the second level. Second level as in there's 3 levels, each with a mine cart track on it. It's the second one. We got the crowbar, so now we can go over here. The game will take the crowbar that you had in the previous level off you when you start this level, because there's another crowbar they want you to get, which is this one. Oh, yes, Sona, that's understandable. Thank you so much for being here and for watching as well. Really appreciate that a lot. I hope that you have a great rest. Hey there, Stan. Bah. 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 Humbug. The tomb rating goes really well, Stan. We're actually on the third last level of the game. And so that way, when Monday comes around, I'll be able to start the next one in the series, The Last Revelation. But right now, we're dealing with these mine carts that you have to go on and survive the tracks. All the while facing off against mutated people that have turned into slug-like monsters with human faces and arms still. Indeed, Stan, you, yes. Pretty creepy looking. Alright, so these are very important to have, because if you don't have either one of those, then you're going to get stuck and have to backtrack and find them. The top mine track is the one that you need to take last. So do the second or the third track, one being the top, two being the middle, and then three being the ground. Do 2 or 3 first to get each of these items, and then do the top level last, because that's the place that leads to where you need to put these things in. Biko, that's cheating using the camera like that, lol. It comes in very handy to be able to use it. Alright, now we need to go back on the minecart and get back to where the 3 minecart routes are. And then we'll take the very top one. I forgot to duck. You ain't got time to bleed. You got time to duck. That wasn't too bad. Yeah, Biko banged her head on the railing or whatever it's called. Okay, so that was the ground level 1. This one is the middle one. So the one we want to take now, since we have the 2 items we need, is this top one. Biko meanie, Rod meanie. I know, right? Lara will probably sue me now. This part can be annoying too, because you have to go into the freezing water, and there's several points that you have to swim to if you want to be able to get out of the water to either give yourself some health back that you might have lost, or just get out of the water to prevent yourself from taking damage. So we've got the lead acid battery. And now for the winch starter. And they're generous, they give you some health kits. Now, originally, those blue crystals would actually give you a little bit of health, which would definitely help you in this situation, but apparently the original intention was that these were just going to be collectibles, and so they've made that be like this in the remaster, and refilling health might actually help. While I was waiting for the meter that displays how much time you can stay under the freezing water, I was paying too much attention to that, and I forgot in the meantime that I hadn't healed. There is a secret near here, but I'm just going to finish out the level. Be Biko, you daft sausage, it was a wall. It's like, who put that there? Some kind of architect or something? Biko used a flare and all it was a wall in front of you, lol. I wonder what's in this ancient cave. It's a wall. Bless you, Rod. I love you. Great being here. I see what you're referring to now. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, because part of me was like, hopefully there isn't like a big drop for Lara to fall down. But it is funny when that happens. It's like when you make a save because you think the next part's going to be difficult, and then you take a few steps, and then it's like, level complete. You're like, oh. Biko, this for you is beating the AC series. You've done without a shadow of a doubt because you get to see from the ground up the journey that games have had with graphics, sound, and gameplay all the way from the 90s. Absolutely. And Tomb Raider from the years 1996 up until 2000 were yearly releases, and they got to a point where the devs behind the game were actually getting sick of working on Tomb Raider games, and they actually went behind the back of the higher ups on the fourth game and killed Lara off at the end. And when they had, when they found out what they had done, they were pissed off. But obviously, it was too far gone by that point, so they left it in. That's why in Chronicles they hint that she's still alive, because of course they'd already started working on the next gen title, which became the Angel of Darkness. But yeah, seeing the graphical differences and even the things that you could do as each game came out in the series. In the first game, Lara can't crouch or crawl. She can't do a roll in midair when you actually jump. Things like that. She can only do a roll when on the ground. Can't sprint. Can't do monkey bar stuff. And can't do tightrope walking. And then in the second one, she still can't crouch, but she could actually do a roll in midair, and couldn't sprint yet. Couldn't do monkey barring, I don't think, anyway. Or tightrope walking. And then in the third game, she can actually crouch and crawl. She can actually sprint. She can do the monkey bar thing, but can't do the tightrope walk yet. And then in the fourth game, she can swing on ropes, which is something you couldn't do in the first three games. And then in the fifth game, she could swing on ropes, she could do the tightrope walking, she could do the monkey barring, the crouching and the crawling and the sprinting. But originally, in Tomb Raider 3, apparently, they intended to put the move where Lara's inside an alcove, and if you have her facing outward of the opening, she does this forward roll out of it. Initially, they put that into the fifth game in the series, and then it also came back in the sixth one, the Angel of Darkness. But originally, apparently, they intended it for this game, and it wasn't until the remasters that they actually put that into the game to be able to do. So that's one of the good things about the remaster that they've done, is adding these things in. And in Tomb Raider 1, in the remaster version, Lara can actually do the roll in midair now, whereas she couldn't do that before. She still can't crawl or crouch and stuff like that, but a lot of the things were designed around that not being a thing. And maybe if they did implement it in the first game and the second game, it might make it too easy to get through the game. Hey Lara, do a battle roll of doom and death and destruction. It would be so epic to see you die. And as my friend on Predator said, I got no time to bleed. You know, Jesse Ventura, wrestler from WWE. Yeah, I didn't know him either, for I'm the Terminator.
T-800, you sucked in any movie that wasn't Terminator. You know, like Turbo Man, Kindergarten Cop, among others. Oh, Twins, let's not forget. Fucking Twins, that was lame. Ha ha ha! I laughed my ass off, you silly cyborg.
Don't be like that towards Arnie, Bane. What are you talking about? You've only been in one movie. Well, the iteration that is from The Dark Knight Rises. He was in Batman and Robin the movie. It's so funny, isn't it? In the Batman and Robin movie, he looks comic accurate, but isn't in other ways. He's made to be a buffoon and a dumbass. And in The Dark Knight Rises, he's definitely not a buffoon or a dumbass, but he doesn't look comic book accurate. Not that I personally worried too much about it, but, you know. Geez, how many times has the creepy music played and how many has Lara said, ahas? Well, in this game, Cheese, she doesn't actually say, whenever you pick something up, which is a shame, because I was going to add a counter. Dr. Darling suggested to add a counter for when she says, but it's not in this game, so I'll have to do that when I do Tomb Raider 2 next time. Gladys, why does this puzzle remind you of A B A A B B B A B B B left right up down to unlock blood code for Mortal Kombat Mega Drive? Well, I don't blame you for thinking that, considering these actually look like the D-pads. You love how Tomb's got them LED panel puzzle lights. I mean, they were ahead of their time, you know. How's it going, Lidus? Welcome on in, dude. Thanks for redeeming those impressions. Dr. Darling, we don't say uh-huh here next year again. Uh-huh. Okay, so that's what it is. Alright. So it's the first two and then the last one. This isn't a glitch, by the way. You actually have to do this. In the old school graphics, it doesn't show up. Same with the remastered graphics. But if you either shoot your weapon to create light from the muzzle flash or you get your flare out, you can see. Which is interesting because earlier in the game, in India, there's some invisible things like this. And, oh, no, I guess there's flames that are shooting at it. No wonder why. Yeah. Dr. Darling, how long did it take you to figure out this part the first time you played Tomb Raider 3? Not very long at all, because for quite a few playthroughs I used to use a guide to help me get through the game. But I slowly weaned myself off needing a guide for these old school Tomb Raider games, but I still, every now and again, get that Gandalf from Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring in the Mines of Moria moment where I'm like, I need to sit down and think for a bit to remember where to go, what to do. Big God, even if you got past the music and darkness bit, you wouldn't have lasted. These levels are tough. Even more tougher back in the days of the 90s. No internet coverage. Yeah, I mean, like you had like the early sort of version of public internet, I guess. Internet was invented, I think, in the 1960s in its, early form. But yeah, public internet and all that kind of stuff, having like news groups and things pop up. But otherwise, you had, magazines and also hotline numbers to call. Didn't have the ability to just go online and go to Google and be like, oh, yeah, let's get this and stuff. And I mean, I think there's a lot of sites that began as early as the first Tomb Raider game in 1996 that were covering the games and still go to this day as well. Alright, so that's only if you want to get that secret. I'm not getting that secret in this playthrough, but that is a secret location. And when you actually pull that switch, there's a certain amount of time the game gives you to actually get to that point. Hey there, cool man. The stream is going well, thank you. We're on the second last level. I'll be finishing this today, and then on Monday I can start the next Tomb Raider game, The Last Revelation. So the stream's been going well. How's things going with you today? Cool, man. You're almost done with your homework. Just 15 questions left to answer, and you'll be ready for class next week. Oh, very good. Definitely wish you best of luck with the rest of those questions. Damn it. I knew it was a hold the grab button as you fall past it thing. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that's actually the pattern, so I can actually start saving it again. There we go. Had to step back a bit from the edge. And then as I did a forward jump, hold the grab button so Lara puts her hands forward. And then she'll clip through the thing that she would otherwise hit her head on. Cool. So that opens those two doors. All right. There's some parts of the floor in this level here where if you touch it, you get some hornets that will keep on coming at you. Or dragonfly things. Hornet things. but these ones that trigger are separate to that area back there. Alright, so now there's 4 masks that we need to get. Each room represents a different element. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Each room has some puzzles and traps based around each element. The one I'm going to do first is the water one because it's a friggin' pain in the ass. There's a lot of slicing and dicing things you need to swim through. Is that it? I think that's the water one. Yeah. That's the water one. That's the earth one. This is the wind one. And that's the fire one. Not going to worry about all those items and stuff that were in there. I've got plenty of shit. All I really need is the health kits that I've got and all these Desert Eagle. I've gone a bit overkill with the Desert Eagle. For the final boss, if you want to do the Desert Eagle strat, you need to, I think you need 50 shots. I've definitely got more than 50 of the Desert Eagle. let's do the Earth one now. Good morning, Lizzie. How's it going? Lizzie, really freaking sore still, sadly. That is really, sucky. Hopefully, you can feel a bit better at least later, but yeah. Having that still be the case will definitely be painful and also frustrating on top. Okay, so that is the earth one done. I'm going to do the wind one next. Lizzie, the company you're working with to get your medical insurance, among other things, signed you up with the pediatric doctor, so now you got to wait until October 1st to see an adult doctor. October 1st? That is definitely a while. Yeah, that really sucks, Lizzie. Sorry to hear that you have to wait that long. Camera? What are you doing? In that one that I did with the maze, there are items and stuff, so if you want to get all the collectibles, you'd have to go through and work your way through that maze and all that kind of stuff, but I'm not worried about that now. I was collecting stuff early on to get some ammo built up, and as my usual hoardish self, 32 shotgun shells, 120 Desert Eagle ammo, 1017 MP5, 9 grenade launcher, 9 harpoon gun. All I need for the final boss is the Desert Eagle. Lizzie, you're doing your best cleaning your room, currently with your mother helping, so it isn't all bad. You have a couple of gigs this weekend to go to. You're trying to stay positive despite your mental state. That's definitely the best you can do, Lizzie. Like, it'd be good to be able to fast forward time and get in and get what you need earlier than what you have to wait for, but that's definitely a good idea to try as much as possible. And it's good that you got some help too, so it doesn't feel like you've got no help at all. Absolutely cool, man. Yeah. Yeah, can definitely hold a lot more than that too. Now, come on, game. What? Alright, so we've got all 4 oceanic masks. I'm gonna select my Magnum Desert Eagle now so that I have it ready for the boss fight. Although I think the game puts you back to your dual pistols, I think. Oh well, if I have to, I have to. Just switch back. Switchback. That's a good song by Cell Dweller. So down we go. Cheesy, Lara stored in her assets. And then if someone tries to touch those, this is what happens. A few of these will be the gift that she gives in return for that. I mean, I know I saved it before I actually used that ammo, but I'm going to reload the save because I didn't want to waste that 5 shots, even though I've got 120 ammo and I only need 50 really for the boss. But anyway, okay, so in the original Tomb Raider 3, the boss fight is pretty much the same as it is in this remastered version, but in the remastered version they put in music that was originally intended for the boss fight that wasn't in the original version. So in this version, even though I'm switched to the old school graphics, it'll still play the music because for the remastered version they reinstated it as well. So we're on the home stretch now. Just need to defeat Willard and then escape, and then boom, game finished. Evolution, huh? Just like in the Resident Evil series, it's like, we will evolve to a new species of superiority. And it's like, ugh. 10-armed, 6-eyed, 10-headed creature? Who want the fuck? What? How is that fucking superior? Maybe in strength, be strong enough to do things that regular people can't do, but still. It's all these sort of villains things. Is like, well, we'll use this thing that mutates to become superior beings. It's like, sure. Now, bro, this is the run. Could you imagine playing this game, doing a no-death run, but restarting the game if you do, and just imagine right at the end of this game dying and then having to start all the way at the start? I'd be like, no. Lizzie, what the fuck is that? That's a good question. Essentially, he's been mutated because of the artifacts and the power in the meteorite. It's ugly, that's what that is. That is a good point.
My wife dropped the laundry basket. She's angry that I just stood there and watched it unfold.
Be careful. Might strangle you with one of the clothes. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression, Dr. Darling. No, bro, you would cry. It'd be so devastating to get all through because there's just so many levels. So I think the game will actually put Lara back with her dual pistols. I think it does that. But in any case, I've got enough Desert Eagle ammo to deal with him. What do you call a dinosaur with an extensive vocabulary? A thesaurus. That is very good. Look, I didn't redeem many today, so now you just had to. That's definitely fair enough. And there we go. The Willard Thing monstrosity is defeated and destroyed. So that music that we heard, that was originally intended to be in this, but it wasn't until this remastered version now that they included it. And whether you play with the old school graphics or the new school graphics, the music plays during the boss fight. The piece of music, though, it's interesting because it's almost like a remixed version, or rather maybe the version that's in Last Revelation is remixed. I don't know which way it would go now, but in The Last Revelation, that piece of music, albeit very different to what we heard just now, was in that originally. So it's kind of cool that they added back something in like that. Dr. Darling, you remember you having problems here. Was that a challenge run? No, I think it was just the timing for when I was shooting the enemy. That was a bit off, and I think sometimes I'd accidentally fall into the lava because I basically was not keeping an eye on where Lara's feet were planted, because when you lock onto an enemy, the camera actually changes depending on where they end up going, and so you have to compensate for that to make sure that Lara's feet are actually planted in the right spot. Or if you're going to do a backwards somersault, you need to make sure that her body is facing the right way. Otherwise, she'll just basically jump on the angle that the camera angle is actually on. Hey there, Drew. Welcome. Hey, Ryu. Welcome back. Hope you had a good rest. Hey, Inmita. Welcome back. Thank you so very much for the raid. Really appreciate that, dude. Oh, that's all good, Inmita. It's definitely no worries at all. Thank you so very much for raiding in. Really do appreciate that, dude. Would like to highly recommend people to check out Inmita's channel. He just did a stream of Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, playing through that game for his first full playthrough. He's also been playing through games like Shadow of the Tomb Raider, as well as Assassin's Creed Valhalla, also Skyrim as well. He's a great streamer with a very chill vibe, so you can also go in and just lurk and enjoy the streams that way too. Oh, Tomb Raider's going really, really good. We're actually just about to finish it. I defeated the big bad boss, and now you just have to escape the area and deal with some of their cronies. But yeah, no, it's been going really, really good, and I had way too much ammo, which I don't mind. I'd rather have way too much ammo than the other way around. Same with health and stuff like that. Thanks, Inmita. Yeah, thanks for the GGs. So it's good to get this done, and that way on Monday I can start the next Tomb Raider game. It's funny this part here because there's a helicopter, and the game makes you think that you have to do something special, but you just have to wait for it, and then the cutscene will play for the ending. Oh, no trouble at all, Inmita. Definitely get some food. So you just wait until the ending cutscene starts. Well, we have to go into the area, but... I love how Lara opens up the cockpit. The helicopter pilot looks at her, and then she smiles, and then bang! Classic Lara. Thank you for the GGs, DJ. Thank you very much. Lizzie, rest in peace. Random NPC. Yeah, he was one of the villain's men. Okay, not that I'm actually going for anything, but just to read out the final statistics and switch it back to the old school graphics. Time taken, 13 hours, 53 minutes and 55 seconds. 19 of 60 secrets found, 38 crystals found. Pickups 270 of 542. Kills 347. Ammo used 13,706 versus how many hits happened? 11,037. Medipacks used overall 15.5 and distance travelled was 63.89 kilometres. Not sure what that would be in miles, but there we go. Rest in PC, NPC, NPC. On NPC. And there we go. So, that is the finish of Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft. And on Monday, I'll be starting the next Tomb Raider game, which will be Tomb Raider The Last Revelation. As of yet, there's no remasters of games beyond Tomb Raider 3. So the version of The Last Revelation I'll be playing will be the PC version. And that then means that there will be, including Tomb Raider 4, Last Revelation, there will be 9 games left in the series. That's the list of Tomb Raider games. I'll have to put an X next to Tomb Raider 3 now. But just to give people an idea of what games are in the marathon. order, as well as games like Shadow of the Tomb Raider and Skyrim. Jizlek has been doing a playthrough of Black Myth Wukong, as well as Star Wars Outlaws. He's also a fan of the Yakuza series. AC is also highly recommended. They've been doing a playthrough of Dishonored. Amateur Tech has been doing Helldivers 2. Cheesy has been playing some FIFA 21. And DJ has been doing some Tomb Raider level editor stuff. Lightus is a big fan of the Mortal Kombat series, a lot of retro things, playing through the Mortal Kombat games as well as Street Fighter and Tekken. Mr. Gote is a fan of games like Banish's Ghost of New Eden, as well as Outlast and Elden Ring. And Shaky Johnson has been doing some WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. And Zamaxi has been doing some Zenless Zone Zero, and he's got a really lot of funny channel point rewards that he's got, both visual and audio ones that will pop up on stream when you actually redeem them. So highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. Oh yeah, Lizzie, that's no worries at all for the stream. I really hope that the rest of your day goes well. Hey Ave, welcome on in. How has the journey of Tom Brader gone today? Has he been serving his customers the best braiding ever, as always? He really has. He even had to do some braiding of hair for some very unsightly, mutated, giant spider genetic monsters as well. So yeah, he's really expanded on his clientele. But yeah, we finished the game, so next Monday it'll be the adventures of Tom Brader going to Egypt to kick off Armageddon and have to fix things. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. I've also got one for subscribers as well. Which is that raid message there. Kick off the raid. Ave Tom is Pitbull. Who knows? You never know. Could be. So I'll be changing what it says for Monday through to Thursday, changing it to Tomb Raider The Last Revelation. The next stream that you'll see from me, though, is The Evil Within. If you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Friday